All right, this is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *. Councilmember Chacon, would you mind translating that for us real quick? What's up?
Número 720-386.
Yes, please. Yes, or just read that for me. Read that slide. Turn your microphone on. Read that slide. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. All right, City Clerk, as the host of the Zoom meeting, speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized, except for Councilmember Kim, who is not allowed to speak tonight at all. This time we'll call the study session to order. I'm going to invite Michelle Claymore, Director of Economic Development, forward to give the presentation. For those of you watching at home, we're going to go in a little bit different order due to the delay in one individual getting here. So let's go, ED. All right, let's talk football. Who's going to win the AFC? There you go. Good man. Any Bengals fans? No? Good. All right, how about the NFC? Niners or Eagles? Niners. Eagles? Niners? Anybody? Those of you who may not know, the city manager is actually a Los Angeles Chokers fan. So 27-0 in the first half. 31-30. And the Chokers again playing on the Cabo San Lucas Bowl.
Nice fishing trip.
You love what you love.
What's that?
He was putting in his password. It would be great if he showed it.
Right.
I hate my job. I used password one for 4 years at work. Nobody guesses that you use password one.
There you go.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, let's try this again. So good evening, Mayor Huesman, Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, and council members. So tonight, I would like to share with you an update on some work that's in progress to contract with a professional marketing firm that can assist us with some of the economic development marketing needs that we have. So I'm going to review some of the presentation will begin by reviewing some of the marketing efforts that we're already doing and some of the practices that we've had in place. We try to build the program each year, share some of the additional marketing needs that we've identified that we have, and then brief you all on our efforts to hire a firm that specializes in economic development marketing to fulfill these needs. So as you all recall, last fall, one of the recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Advisory Committee was to increase the city's economic development marketing efforts, and specifically develop an award-winning marketing strategy. We would like to do that, we embrace that and would like to do that, but we really feel that we need an outside agency to help us do that and really take what we've started with our marketing messaging and take it to a different level, strengthen our brand and strengthen some of our messaging so that all of our marketing efforts tie together. So we're a member of the International Economic Development Council, and when I was looking through some of their marketing presentations, I kind of found this little thing that talked about why do we do marketing. And so marketing is really the purpose or the process of positioning a community to succeed in a very competitive universe. Well, what does that mean? So when a company is out there looking for a new location, how do we make sure that they understand who Commerce City is and what we are offering as a business location? And, what does that look like for the community? Well, we have 3 documents that we rely on to help figure out what the vision for the city is. Of course, that's the city council goals. You guys set the goals. And the one that really overlaps economic development the most is City Council Goal number 1, promote a balanced, thriving, and inclusive city economy that cultivates, attracts, and retains businesses. So that's kind of our starting point for our marketing and our messaging to our businesses on what the vision for the city is. And then it's enhanced by these 2 other documents, the comprehensive plan, which of course is being updated right now, and then later this year we'll start the new economic development strategic plan process. So looking specifically at economic development and the division and what we do under marketing, I kind of divided the next couple slides into 2 different areas. So we do general marketing activities, and then we also do specific site selection services. And I think that a marketing firm can kind of help us in both of these areas. So let's talk a little bit about the site selection services just for some general background. So the universe out there has all of these businesses that are looking for new locations. And in a good economy, that lead source is a pretty heavy source. And so what we try to do is capture those companies that are out there and get them into this pipeline through the progression and ultimately at the end of this graph as an existing business in Commerce City. Sometimes this process can take a couple months. And sometimes this process can take a couple years. And the project can falter at any point in this progression. So we try to work very closely with our businesses to make sure that they get through this entire process and become an existing company in Commerce City that we then return from a business attraction project to a business retention and expansion. And then the cycle starts again. Typically in a year, we handle between 80 and 125 inquiries, and we call them inquiries because sometimes they're really not prospects until they announce that they're coming into the city, and then we start, as you saw on that graph, we start looking at the entitlement process and all those things that they need to open up their operations. Typically, our inquiries are from real estate brokers, companies, site selectors, all of you as part of the elected officials, and community partners. Now, we offer strongest support at this time for those targets that you have identified for us, which are restaurants, retailers, entertainment-type businesses, hotels, and healthcare providers. Also, primary employers that help diversify the existing industry base that we have here in the city. Typically, a lot of the services happen in either a real estate search. We spend a lot of time looking at the development opportunities or the existing real estate that we have in the city, or incentive requests. If a business is saying, well, I might want to be in your community or your neighboring community, but, costs are a little bit differently, then we'll kind of help facilitate that incentive request. But oftentimes, there's all kinds of things that become what we call critical location factors for a business. And that's where they decide to come in or not decide to come in. So that's kind of how the site selection service side of it works. But on the marketing side, there is so many things that we can do to get the brand recognition for Commerce City. And each year, the team really tries to build upon some of these, what we call marketing techniques. But we really want an outside agency to kind of help strengthen what's on this list. So if you look at some of the projects that we have been doing, this last year, we had a couple new advertisements that we shared with you. One was a 4-page spread in the Site Selection magazine that the state of Colorado will be taking overseas on some of their international prospect trips. We have the Chamber Directory, which we highlighted some of our services with the Small Business Resource Center through an ad. Social media, we do have a Twitter account, a Facebook account for economic development, as well as our own website. We'd like to add a LinkedIn page this year to kind of strengthen that area. We do publicity. There's a reason that we like to participate in ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings, and that's really to kind of get that message out into the marketplace that Commerce City is open for business, and there's all these exciting projects that are out there. Promotional materials, we've been adding in this category. We have, a slide deck that we use. We added a video to our toolbox last year. We have a couple brochures that talk about the market itself, the economic indicators, and some of the resources that are available. The quarterly economic activity report, we're going to have to change this year, so that's on our list to kind of redefine. And then our website. We have our own website that hopefully next year with a marketing firm we can redesign and make a little bit more useful to an end user. This year, we are also getting a new CRM system or customer relations system so that when we start working with a prospect or when we're tracking those leads and those targets, this is a much more robust system than we've had in the past. It will help us track the work that we're doing with each of these prospects. It will be able to report out, has a better reporting function, so we're excited to add that. And then, of course, there's the personal selling piece. And, we do a lot of trade shows. We sponsor events and conferences that are industry-wide. And then this year we hope to add a bus tour for real estate brokers and some of our targets onto that kind of personal selling piece. So these are all of the existing things that we do. And they're great projects, but they need some help with a marketing firm that can kind of tie the messaging together. So that if we look at all of these different pieces, no matter where you're entering with your first impression of Commerce City through these marketing activities, that you get the same impression no matter what it is. So if we go to a trade show, all of our materials match what we're sending you with our slide deck or our electronic slide deck. Or if you see an ad in a magazine, or if you read something on social media, it all kind of ties together. And I feel like that's an element that we're missing right now that I really think that we can benefit from a professional firm to help us in that area. What we've done is, when we kind of started talking about this and bringing in an outside agency, I started kind of thinking about what does the next 12 months look like. And we have the ED strategic plan that we are getting ready to engage a consultant with to walk us through that process. And we thought, wouldn't it be great that at the end of that process, we also have kind of all of this marketing material that's ready to go so that the two two can work together, and we can really jump in and dive in at the end of both projects with some incredible messaging and branding for Commerce City, especially for our economic development targets. So that's kind of what we were thinking about doing. So these are some of the things initially that my team and I kind of talked about for our needs as a starting point. And what we did is we sent this list to several marketing firms that are known in the industry. So each of these marketing firms have had economic development marketing experience. They've worked with clients all across the country. A lot of them have done work here in Colorado as well as outside the state. There's, I think, one on here that has done more municipal work than economic development work, but I was very impressed with their work. So at this stage, all we've done is kind of contacted these firms, asked if there was an interest, got kind of an initial bid for what they think, looking at the list of projects that we're asking for, what it would cost, and then wanted to wait and give this presentation to you, make sure that we're aligned with what your expectations are. And then the next step would be to go back, shorten this list down to a smaller list and have them do a little bit more of a professional bid for us. We'd like to utilize the money that was spent previously on our retail consultant towards this, and then the rest of it can be absorbed within our existing budget. So, so that is what we are hoping to move forward on, and I can entertain any questions at this time if you have any.
So very quickly, Michelle, obviously we're here before you tonight. One, operationally, we know what's necessary for us to be able to move the marketing and branding forward for this organization in the mainstay. But I think what we want to make sure is what's clear, what is council's expectations when we are engaged with that marketing and branding firm that you want to see as an outcome that we're able to deliver. So that will help to inform who we believe is the right partner for the selection and for us to be able to go and to deliver on that expectation.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. I do have a few questions, and I'll try and make this quick. But since there is the economic development consultant coming in, does it make sense to move forward with a marketing program when that person is coming in? The marketing program would address the needs that the economic development consultant identifies. So it's a chicken and egg problem here.
My initial reaction is that I think that there's work that can be done ahead of time and there's work that will be needed afterwards. So I think our vision is to put some things in place so that we don't lose another year of branding and marketing for Commerce City while the ED strategic plan is being put in place. But you're exactly right that the ED strategic plan is going to inform some additional needs that we'll probably have down the road. And at that point, we'll probably have to come back and maybe ask for a budget enhancement if it's things that City Council would like us to move forward on.
Okay, all right, thank you. As someone who was part of BREDAC, I think one thing that we were looking for was creative, innovative. It would be helpful if the list of potential marketing firms actually listed what awards they had won from the IEDC. I looked at the IEDC's website to look at some of the winners over the past couple of years, for example. And when you had a presentation on communications during our BREDAC meetings, there was the firm that does Commerce City currently, which I'm sure they do, they work with a lot of cities, very corporate, very business, not, in my view, the kind of innovation and creativity that Commerce City could use because of the uniqueness of our community, to capitalize on all of its unique aspects. You know, we are one of 2 cities in the entire state that has a professional national championship team. That's pretty impressive. But, you know, there's things that we don't talk about when it comes to marketing Commerce City. View of the mountain range is incredible from here. In addition, you gave us one that they weren't the winner, I noticed. They came in second, but it was actually a very creative program. They called it Groundbreaking Possibilities, a play on words. You know, just, I don't know. Commerce City, it would be wonderful if we could up our game. You know, we are a city of 65,000 people now. Let's put out material that looks like we're part of a 65,000 person population with a lot of great things that are happening in it now and will be happening further into the future as well. That would be my view, anyway. And I do know that the members of BREDAC, some of the members of BREDAC, very much wanted to be involved in helping with the selection. They come out of that kind of background that I certainly don't have, but they do. I mean, I have done marketing PR, but not specifically in this realm. And if there would be a way to be more inclusive so that there could be a sort of a team vote, that they could be part of the discussion, part of the voting, part of the consideration of who is selected, I think it would be a really full circle, wonderful thing to do in the community. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Huesman. When we select this marketing company, I would really like to make sure that they're excited about the possibilities here, and they can see what all of us who love Commerce City can see. We can't afford to keep spinning our wheels and bringing in companies that have a pre-existing perception of who we are and to think that we don't have possibilities here. And so I think we need to be really, really selective and really look at who we're bringing in to become partners with and how we spend our money. I don't want to take the first thing that comes along. We've been waiting long enough anyway. So I really believe that we have to be careful in who we're selecting, and we've got to make sure that they're excited about us and they can see the vision that so many of the rest of us can see. Thank you.
Councilmember Alarsha Cones does not have, you are the speaker, cancel, request, et cetera, on her panel, but she would like to speak. They'll get it fixed, but right now she would like to speak.
Okay, can Councilmember Douglas finish?
Thank you. Oh, I thought she had, I apologize.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you for your presentation too, Love. Are any of these firms good with diversity, equity, inclusion, or have they ever worked locally with community too, where it's not just based on certain institutions, but able to bring in local community access or community best practices for outreach? Being able to kind of, at this point, bridge even language barriers for a lot of community. Commerce City is incredibly unique. More than 50% of our population is Latino or Native or Indigenous as well. So seeing how any of these firms have already localized their approach too, to include that community approach, because Commerce City does have a lot more residential space than it has in the past.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. We do have that as something that we want to definitely dive in further with each of the firms. Off the top of my head, I do know a couple of them do have campaigns that are specific in that area, yes.
Any other questions or comments?
Yep. Yep.
Councilmember Noble?
Sorry, I'm back again. This is a much more formal setting than we typically have for a study session, so I'm not quite sure how to handle this. But how do people feel about inviting members of BREDAC to look at the submissions and weigh in as well? The ones who wish to be involved.
If I may, we might want to first check with the authorization that was given to BREDAC to make sure that's within their scope. And if not, then we'd have to review it at a formal city council meeting to take action to expand their scope. Off the top of my head, I don't know what that scope was. I can take a minute to look while you guys are discussing and continuing with your study session.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I was trying to find out is if there was interest in allowing that, and then I could come back on February 6th, and if a vote is required, then do a vote during administrative council business
Yeah, that
on
makes sense.
February 6th.
That makes sense?
Okay, but if there isn't interest, then I won't pursue that. I'm hoping there is interest. Okay, how about this? Would anyone object to it? Okay, no one objects, so we'll do it that way. We'll do it in the reverse way. So I'll come back on February 6th unless there's any reason not to. And then did you have whether any of these firms had won awards for economic development from the IEDC?
We will definitely use that as a category when we narrow down the list to look at some of the awards they've done and some of the campaigns that they've had.
And would you be open to any other suggestions of firms?
Sure, at this point, it's early enough, yes.
Okay, all righty, great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
So I think I kind of take a different approach to this. What's the purpose of bringing in a marketing firm? High level, 30,000 feet. Why do you want to do this?
We want to do this so that we can elevate the economic development activities within the department to a more professional level than what we've been able to do so far.
Okay. What is the desired outcome of doing so?
The desired outcome of doing so is to land more deals.
Okay.
It's to land more projects in Commerce City.
All right. So my thing is, all I care about is that we land those. How you go about getting that done is not in my purview. That's not on me. It is up to you guys to go out there and execute. The city council has said repeatedly, we want to see more land, we want to see more commercial, we want to see more retail. We're tasking you with going and getting it done. I don't know which marketing firm is better. I don't know which marketing firm is going to represent the city in the best manner possible. That's why you guys are the experts and you get paid to be the experts to do so. My charge is go forth and get us a grocery store, get us 10 more restaurants, get us a shopping center, get me a place to be able to buy sporting goods. That's my charge. That's what I care about. That's what the residents care about doing. How you go about doing it, you're the expert. Do it. Come back and give us updates. Show us the great products that they're putting out. Show us the success that you got from that. But I don't need to sit here and decide this marketing firm is better than that marketing firm or this marketing firm is going to do a better job because I don't know. And the amazing thing about advertising is 1 year, this firm does really good with this product, and another year, this firm does really good with that product. And I'm not going to sit there and go through interviews with all the marketing firms trying to figure out which one best represents the people of Commerce City. Again, you're the expert. That's what you're paid to do. Go forth and choose the one that is going to get it done. At the end of the day, you're not going to be graded on the marketing firm that you got. You're going to be graded on whether or not we got that grocery store and those 10 other restaurants and the place for me to go buy sporting goods. Make that happen, please.
So I appreciate that, Mayor. And what I heard, not just from yourself, but from the full council. And I think that's absolutely right. We're not here tonight asking you who we pick out of the 4 or 5 firms that are on that were on the slide. It's what I heard: be innovative, be creative, have a level of ingenuity. Really reflect who we are as a community, have a level of excitement about what the community lies, and take that and execute. So I think that came across clear, and I think that's what we were looking for from you all as our leadership and representation for our community, so that we can then take that back, to your point, and do what we need to do with that.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, Mayor Huseman, and all of the things that we're looking for in the community. I also wanted to add in employers, especially primary employers. We have an opportunity. We got a quick response on the letter of intent to the Department of Energy. We have a chance to bring either assembly or manufacturing of renewable energy devices here, and we really need to move on that. We've got a really good chance of getting a huge grant that will make that happen. And so we've got to notice opportunities that are there, and then we've got to seize them. So I just wanted to add that on. And we can have a really bright future if we just recognize our potential.
All right, Chief Vinsel, please come tell me why I shouldn't park my car in my garage.
Before we do that, Jordan Roberts, our Deputy City Attorney, is going to make a little switch here to make sure that Councilmember Chacon can actually have access to the buttons. So I think he's going to ask her to move to one of the other chairs where the panels do work, and then she'll be able to use the controls as well to participate. So if we can just take a moment to do that.
Okay, great.
Which seat are you going to put her in? Jordan, which seat are you putting her in? Which seat is she in?
We do. Because we actually have.
Oh,
a
not you, the
clicker
chief,
to-
the fire chief. Let's go.
It's on.
Paste.
Do you have a presentation?
Yeah.
Because I think we made a couple little additions.
Because I think that's the one I just uploaded from the system. Oh, okay.
If you run mine, that one.
Copy.
Thanks for your patience.
No, you're good. We're 24/7, so. Good evening, Mayor and Council. First, I want to say thank you for letting us do this presentation. In the little 3-minute deal I had last time, maybe I got off on the wrong foot. I'm not here to debate between gas, oil, and electric. It's not my deal. We're here to deliver a safety message that has not only got the attention in our fire department, but the North Area fire departments, as well as the state and the country. So as far as Hawaii are doing some responses on this. So this is about electric vehicle and lithium-ion fires. I happen to think electric vehicles are really cool. They're, there's no doubt we're headed that way. However, there's some fire safety things that are going on that I would like council to consider when adopting the code adoption. So just a little bit about me. I've been fire chief for approximately 8 years, been in the fire department 27 years. My parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents all come from Commerce City. I live here, eat here, breathe here, the whole 9 yards. I'm also been qualified as an expert witness. I've been in the fire service for 27 years. have 2 college degrees, been through firefighter cancer. I think I know when I talk about a subject that I need to bring its attention for safety reasons, and that's all we're here for. Plain and simple. I'm not here to argue about between gas and electric, but I do have 150 years of experience standing behind me, that if you guys have some specific questions, I have my fire marshal, chief mechanic, deputy chief of admin, deputy chief of operations, and our training chief, all which are involved in these fire safety messages for electric vehicle fires. So, Maria, if you could go ahead and start. So the special investigations and reference conducted in this have been done at anything from the National Transportation Safety Bureau. And these are some incidents that they have investigated, as well as the United States Fire Administration and the National Fire Protection Agency, all doing things on electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are not bad. They're not something that they're here, they're the future. I think they're fascinating. However, there comes an aspect where we've had 150 years dealing with gasoline, so we kind of know how gasoline burns. We know the BTUs it puts out. We know how gasoline reacts. Lithium ion, we're not there yet. We're just starting to find that out. Why electric vehicles spark an interest is because of how big the batteries are. The electric or the lithium ion batteries are also starting to become an issue in your drills, cell phones. We just had a fire truck here a week and a half ago, had lithium ion batteries. Our extrication tools are ran by battery. So as we evolve real quick as a fire department, we too are looking at non-fuel deals. They're cleaner, they're easier, they're efficient. However, there's fire trucks that are now starting with thermal runaway, which I'll talk here in a bit. So there's just some safety things in the last meeting. When I said we're not there yet and we don't realize the ramifications of lithium ion, we don't yet, but we're starting to. We're starting to get into that process of understanding lithium ion. When lithium ion gets recycled, do we ever wonder where they go? They go to lithium ion recycling, or if not, people just throw them in the trash. Well, when we have big fires at waste development companies or waste companies, most likely it's from lithium ion. So if we rewind the history a little bit, about 15, 20 years ago, we were getting a lot of fires at Waste Management. It was because of, there was an uptick in like hot tubs and that. When you mix chlorine with any kind of oil-based product, it will spontaneously combust. So we had an issue with that. Now we're starting to see issues with lithium ion batteries. And I have a couple videos to show, specifically one in a scooter with thermal runaway. We have had some with the little scooters that are around. New York Fire Department had a scooter where they parked it inside of a apartment building and it caught fire and killed a couple people and I believe a firefighter as well. So these fires burn very rapid. They're very, very violent and they take a copious amount of water to put out. So lithium ion is a reactive metal. So reactive metals don't like water. But it is the only thing that that is most efficient of putting them out. However, it takes a copious amount of water to do that, and I'll get into these. But I wanted to get, there's research behind this. The North Area Fire Agencies, which consist of South Adams, Thornton, Adams County, North Metro, Federal Heights, Frederick Firestone have actually developed a task force for electric response in electric vehicle fires. And I'll explain that here in a minute. Next slide, Maria. So this is one of the fires that started to gain attention. Now, when we talk about, as Mayor said, tell me why I shouldn't park my car in the garage, obviously, that's not a possibility. But when we talk about the code adoption and chargers, when we talk about charging your vehicle inside, the likelihood of it catching on fire, the reality is low. The likelihood of any of your houses, knock on wood, catching on fire is relatively low. However, your garages today, every house in Commerce City, the garages are developed with a 1 hour firewall, which is usually 2 layers of 5/8 sheetrock that gives you that 1 hour layer. Those are testing done on gasoline engines, specifically trucks, because that's the largest thing you can put in there. So that's what those 1 hour firewalls are developed, the BTUs out of a gasoline engine. They're not rated for an EV fire. And as we talk about this whole thing to consider is when we develop codes for underground parking and underground charging and stuff like that, these are just things to consider. I'm not here to tell anybody whatsoever about what the future is and what the council decides on that. I'm just simply giving a safety message in reality of what electric vehicle fires can do. And the likelihood is low, but it's there, and it's starting to happen as more and more electric vehicles come out. This is starting to happen more and more often. So in this particular Tesla model, it ignited a house. They were unable to extinguish it for 5+ hours. And the problem we're having is they reignite, not only once or twice, but some of them up to 5 or 6 times. That happens at tow yard. This one here, I have a video on this. If you want to go to the next slide, Maria, please. And we can play this video here. Some of these videos we will fast forward, so I want to make this presentation as quick as I can and get to the point. And then I want to leave it up for questions. Like I said, I have quite a few experts standing behind me that if you have questions on certain mechanics or training or anything like that, we can help answer. So this is the video that references that fire that the NTSB investigated on.
Maybe we'll get it.
I don't think this one was the video. I don't think this one was the video, was it?
Mm-hmm.
It's not letting me do anything.
Could you access the internet? Sure. If you could access the internet, Maria, and just hit Tesla. If you could bring it up there, and I'll be able to tell you which video it is. It's on YouTube.
Okay, it's working now. If you guys want to give me back control, it's on there. It's working now. I just had to, for some reason, it just froze up on there, so. To the right?
The whole box, like a separate screen. And then bring it to the top of the screen.
Do I have sound?
Perfect. Do it that way.
Sound is muted down. Right. Just like a normal computer.
Attacking a fire that began when a car crashed into a garage, sparking a blaze that also ignited the house. It's the kind of scenario firefighters are well trained to handle, but in this case, there was a twist. An electric.
Oh, so sorry.
You could just play it off that slideshow, Maria. I think that'd be the best thing.
Yeah, it is.
More common than standard car fires, but they do require a different approach.
Yeah, Josie Sermon explains why it's a race against time to get first responders ready.
It was bizarre from the beginning. California firefighters attacking a fire that began when a car crashed into a garage, sparking a blaze that also ignited the house. It's the kind of scenario firefighters are well trained to handle, but in this case, there was a twist. An electric vehicle at the center of it all.
And I just remember some of our firefighters standing there shooting so much water at that electric vehicle and it not going out.
It was just like something I'd never seen.
That electric vehicle not only burned for hours, but once the fire was out, it reignited on the tow truck.
From the get-go, I got to see what exactly, a fire involving an electric vehicle can do and the dangers they possess.
It's an education firefighters across the country are getting as they encounter fires involving electric vehicles, or EVs. It's such a new phenomenon, there's no nationwide data tracking how often they happen. But Spotlight on America uncovered at least 24 serious fires in recent years from coast to coast. This Tesla spontaneously burst into flames on a West Hollywood street. This one in Pennsylvania burned until there was nothing left but a charred shell. And the Chevy Bolt went up in smoke in Virginia, stunning its owner.
It took them an hour to get it under control with tons and tons of water. It flared up again. The firemen, came back and did the whole thing again. Just more and more water.
It can take potentially 10 times more water to knock down an EV fire than a standard car fire. Bruce Bouch with the U.S. Fire Administration says they've seen scenarios where it took as much as 10,000 gallons. That's because of the batteries inside, which can be incredibly tough to cool. And as this test showed, can even generate enough heat to ignite themselves, even 24 hours after appearing to be put out.
That's when it becomes a problem because you have to cool that, and it's trapped within a case. So how do you do that? With a lot of water.
It's the kind of thing experts at the Maryland Fire Rescue Institute have long understood. They've been at the forefront of figuring out how to tackle EV fires. Spotlight on America got an exclusive look at the training they're giving to first responders in Maryland and beyond.
So this is a completely different ballgame when you have an electric vehicle involved in an accident or a fire.
100%. There's a lot more hazards that are presented to us.
Hazards ranging from those fires that reignite long after being extinguished to the potential of electric shock due to these orange high-voltage lines.
The voltage is high enough.
Instructor Jason Leone says fighting these EV fires requires a different mindset and approach. Just accessing the batteries is its own struggle.
In some cars, the battery packs are in the front. Some are in the back, some are underneath, some are in the trunk, and the fuse boxes are in different places also, which makes it a huge challenge for us.
It's a lot of information you have to know and retain and be able to recall in just a couple seconds.
A ton. Very difficult to do, especially in the middle of the night or under high stress situations.
That's why he told us training is so essential. But as we're discovering, even with a rapidly growing list of makes and models of EVs on the road, the training needed to fight their fires isn't keeping pace.
A lot of jurisdictions don't have that. A lot of states don't have that. So if you're not staying on top of it, we'll just get left behind.
Left behind in a battle to keep first responders safe as the popularity of electric vehicles on our roads accelerates. I'm Josie Sturman for Spotlight on America.
And coming up next week, Spotlight on America reveals the findings.
All right. Electric vehicle safety is become a world issue. These are some of the other investigations that have been happened at eBus fire, BMW, electric smart cars, and taxi, just around the world. It's not just a United States. United States is getting a lot closer in the amount of electric cars people own, but they're becoming real popular worldwide. So. The Fort Lauderdale, this was another vehicle, Tesla, that crashed. And what we're seeing in the fire field, especially here, not especially, but I'm sorry, as well as here in Colorado, about a month and a half ago, we had a similar incident in Evergreen where an electric vehicle crashed and killed the driver. So in electric vehicles, they have safety switches that are underneath seats. They're relatively small. I was going to show that video, but it's about a 12-minute video. But when they crash, sometimes you can't get out, and they have little emergency switches you hit to get out because of the locking mechanisms. But the point of this is that if the batteries get disrupted and in a crash and they break, you get an instant ignition. These fires take off like you would not believe, and I have a video of a couple of them. So in this fire, there was teens. Obviously, they were going at a high rate of speed, but when they crashed, it burst into flames. So I will say this. In my years of experience, and these gentlemen behind me, I have count maybe a handful of times that we go on vehicle accidents where the vehicle starts on fire. And if it does, it's never an explosion like the movies. Never, it doesn't happen. We're starting to see those movie theater effects on electric vehicles when they crash. They burn so violent and fast you can't get out. And then, this was another one where it reignited and then reignited again at the tow yard. So again, just difficulties putting them out. And I'll explain, what our engines carry and what we're faced with when we arrive on some of these scenes. This is a Tesla model. And Tesla is also, there's a lot of research Tesla is doing to refine these batteries. And I really, truly believe, 5-10 years from now that they will make safety measures where we won't have these. However, they're mass producing a lot of these electric vehicles that have these battery systems on here. So these battery systems we're going to be stuck with for quite some time. Even if they develop a new technology, which they will, we'll still have an abundant amount of electric vehicles that are out on the road. This one was an autopilot, again, crashed, burst into flames. Some other things that we were dealing with are high voltage deals, even in houses with the charging stations, 240 volts. They're a little bit complex when we talk about when we have to fight a fire with them, as long as with those batteries. The batteries, like I said, they're a reactive metal. So reactive metals are not very nice, and we're now just figuring out the off-gassing of these fires. We don't know if we get to one of these fires that is significant enough if we have to throw away our gear. NFPA and some others are doing some testing on that now because of the metal oxides that get in there, which are definitely carcinogens, and kind of have the same effect. They can have the same effect as like asbestos and stuff like that. So we really don't know yet on what kind of hazards they are to us, but that's our job. We're not, it's just, again, these are just safety messages I'm delivering. So here's on the picture on the upper left, that's what we call an engine. Those two on the right are trucks, and that one on the bottom left is a tower. When you talk about electric vehicles, when I asked around if there was 3,000 gallons that took to put it out, most of them say that I've talked to around 10,000 gallons. A couple said around 30. Those are what our trucks carry. When we're out on the highways, we're not always accessible to a fire hydrant. Houses we are, so that's good. But when we talk about vehicles, we're not always accessible to a fire hydrant. In the video, they showed what they call a dump tank. Those hold about 2,000 gallons. So you would have to fill that up over and over again for one vehicle fire. So they're looking at some of these things. Do you let them burn? I know in salvage yards, they're just letting them burn. They're letting them burn. They really don't know the off gases right now. There's definitely metal oxides, but they're so difficult to put out. We don't carry that much water. So when we look at a normal combustible house fire, these, again, we've been 150 years with fuel, right? We have the research, right? We're just moving into a different era. We'll have to adjust. Just giving you, some of the deals of what it costs, or how many gallons it takes. So thermal runaway, and I'm not going to read this verbatim, but it's basically a process that is accelerated by increased temperature. They release energy and cause fire and explosion. So when these batteries, when they charge them, so if you have drills, tools, stuff, most of the stuff in your house, you could probably find something that runs off lithium-ion batteries. Please don't leave those plugged in. We're starting to find now a lot of fires is because they call thermal runaway. The charging mechanism, the shutoff doesn't work, and they're starting to do thermal runaway, and that is happening in electric vehicles as well as when I talk about buses and stuff like that. That's what thermal runaway is. They charge. They can also happen if they're not charging. If the battery gets damaged, it can be thermal runaway. So lithium ion hates water. So as that video said, they're encased. However, in the hurricanes in Florida, they were having them light on fire all over the place because the water level was getting above the threshold of the battery casing, and water was getting into theirs, and they were lighting on fire all over the place. So there's some things that they don't like. It doesn't like water, to extinguish them. So that's what thermal runaway is. You can see that some of the places around the world are developing legislation and different standards on in confined spaces for electric vehicles. So again, it's starting to become a worldwide issue. Okay, Maria, if you want to fast forward this. So this is a thermal runaway. So you'll see what they start to smoke, and this happened in Las Vegas here not too long ago. It didn't light on fire, luckily, but the same thing happened I talked to a fire marshal I know in Las Vegas, and this happened in their convention center. They were somehow able to get the vehicle removed out of there, but you can see the smoke. I can't tell if this vehicle is plugged in or not. It doesn't seem to be, but then there's a box up at the upper right. Maybe it could be, but it doesn't look like it. But this is in an underground parking. So you see the smoke now kind of coming out of the left as we're looking at it, the left side, right side, boom, that fast. So that video is about 1:18, but that's only about 10 seconds of actual footage on how fast that these thermal runaways happen. Very quick, very violent. This is an electric bus. Take a look at the dumpster lights on fire. There's one thermal runaway, 2, 3. Got 2 dumpsters on fire. One thing my deputy chief noticed is in one part of this video, you can look at how many fire extinguishers are on the ground. There's probably a good 40 or 50 fire extinguishers of a thermal runaway. CMO? That's good, Maria. So ERGs, emergency response guides, something that we use in hazardous material response. So this is what they have so far in emergency response on battery fires. It can take up to 24 hours to extinguish. Considering just letting it burn, they release toxic vapors, volatile organic compounds, hydrogen gas, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, soot, particulates containing oxides of nickel, aluminum, lithium, copper, cobalt. Those are the things that right now we're really concerned about, are those things right there. I know we wear air masks, I know, but those kind of particulates are heavy metals that can sink into your gear, which we don't know the full effects of it just yet. And then they're saying wait at least 1 hour to release the vehicle. That's kind of changing, and of course, it takes approximately 10,000 gallons of water. That comes right from the U.S. Fire Administration. The folks I've talked to around that have actually had one of these, is they say up to 20 to 30,000 gallons. The data set that we did includes injuries of first responder, confined spaces, length of enclosures. You know, we've got highways, all that kind of stuff, potentially injuries to first responders and second responders, and reignition, of course. These are the water effects, kind of a battery and how the cell works, and then they're encased. But water is the best thing we can use now. If cooling is not accomplished, the hazards can multiply, as you saw in that video. So if you can't cool the battery right away, you're not gonna prevent this thing from lighting on fire and exploding. It's gonna be very difficult.
Electric vehicles make up a larger share of cars on the road than ever before. EVs now account for more than 5% of all vehicle registrations in the country, with registrations reaching double digits in some metropolitan areas. More people driving EVs, though, also means more EV crashes, and that is leading to a change in how firefighters respond to those accidents. News Station correspondent Nancy Wu is at a charging station in Los Angeles. And Nancy, why are first responders changing their tactics?
Well, Ruta, it's because it could be a more dangerous and complicated response due to the lithium-ion batteries. And with more people switching to electric cars every day, America now has more high-voltage lithium-ion batteries on the move out there than ever before. That means higher odds of fires that are just trickier for firefighters to fight.
It's a Tesla. This recent fire in a Sacramento junkyard happened 3 weeks after this Tesla was involved in a crash. Its high-voltage lithium-ion batteries kept reigniting. It took 4,500 gallons of water to cool things down and finally put out the flames. In a typical gas-powered vehicle fire, crews can often extinguish the flames with less than 1,000 gallons. But in EVs, high-voltage lithium-ion batteries are susceptible to something called thermal runaway, an uncontrollable self-heating state.
Once they reach this point, it takes copious volumes of water in order to cool and extinguish these types of fires. The challenge for common fire departments is that we simply do not carry that amount of water on our apparatus.
Lieutenant Tanner Morgan is with the Grand Prairie Fire Department near Dallas.
Right now, we're in the crux. We're at that critical point where consumer-driven world we live in is pushing these vehicles out, and the fire department is playing catch-up.
Are we prepared right now? I don't think so.
The National Volunteer Fire Council is among the agencies sounding an awareness alarm, especially since high-voltage lithium-ion batteries are also out there on thousands of buses and delivery vehicles.
In rural areas, especially on interstates where there are no hydrants, this is going to create a logistical issue for emergency response agencies, as they're going to have to shuttle the water up that they need to handle these emergencies.
Now, statistics show that EVs are involved in far fewer fiery crashes than gas-powered vehicles, but when they do happen, it is a complicated response. It may require more tankers, more time, and more traffic tie-ups. EVs are expected to account for more than half of all new car sales by 2030. So we'll have much more. And what's being done to help first responders to be prepared? That's coming up later on News Nation Prime. Ruta Bay?
That's good, Maria. Thank you.
And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's.
While we're getting to the next slide, we have a person in the North area fire agencies, Paul Shoemaker, that does a presentation as well on vehicle fires. So this is one last video and then a conclusion to all this. This is an electric scooter. This is thermal runaway right here inside of a house. You can see it parked there. Hear it pop. Unplugs it. And that's what caused the fatalities in New York. A similar situation there. So to conclude all of it, things to consider. All North Area fire agencies are develop EV response task force. Look, would like council to consider the location of these charging stations, not allowing electric vehicles in underground parking areas, residential charging station dangers. I think it's good that they know the houses are developed with a 1-hour fire rating. They're not developed or not researched under an electric vehicle fire. It worries me. It hasn't happened. Like it said, we have far more fires in gas-powered fuel because there's more of them out there. It'll be interesting to see what happens as there's more electric vehicles, but something to consider. Like I said, how the 1 hour current fire separation, residentials are not enough to handle the BTUs. Water runoff and water capabilities, more than just electric vehicles. All lithium-ion deals are things to consider, and other devices. And one more slide. And again, I mentioned I'm Fire Chief Kevin Vinsel. I got Deputy Chief Operations Bobby Knoll, Deputy Chief Support Ken Koger, Training Chief Hunter Hackbarth, Fire Marshal Randall Wiggum, and Chief Mechanic Miles Miller. Those are some of the references I used, along with talking with other fire agencies.
Thank you all. Appreciate you being here. Does anybody on council have any questions before we move on? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the fire department for keeping an eye on evolving new things and how to keep our community safe. So thank you to all of you that are here and to all the firemen who are not here.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the presentation. Talking about current scenario, and I agree that it's probably, still unlikely this happens at someone's house, but are there tools out there being developed or already on the market that can help a homeowner that maybe doesn't have, the sheetrock and the what we would hope to protect our house or protect at least for enough time to escape? Is there a lining? Is there a blanket? I've seen the blankets that are in Sweden, I believe, is where they were developing them. That sounds great until I see like that explosion. That sounds pretty scary to put a blanket on at that point. But if you saw it smoking, now I'm going to retract that, because if you see it smoking, you should probably run. But I was thinking before you could throw a blanket on it, and I know up at the tunnel they recently purchased fire blankets. But is that kind of an after scenario, kind of after the big burst, and it's?
So I could tell you firsthand on just a gasoline fire. When you talk a fire that we would call in one or more compartment areas in a vehicle, with fire gear, you'd be lucky to get within 5 to 10 feet of it.
Okay.
So the fire blankets are something that they're looking at, but you'd have to deploy it relatively quickly. So, but again, it's a great question, because they are trying to come up with some methodologies on how to extinguish those. That really hasn't taken off very much. As far as a question on what we could do, is evacuate. My fear is that 1 hour fire separation is tested. So all fire protection, sprinkler systems, 1 hour ratings, they're all not made to contain a fire. They're made so the victim, or not, I'm sorry, not victims, but people can get out. That's all they're made for, so you can get out. So do you have enough time to get out? I don't know. I hope so. Haven't seen anything national yet besides some of that. So like I said, they're few and far between, but as they get more popular, we're going to see these, and it'll be interesting. I know some of the fire administration and that, it won't be long, they'll start testing some of this stuff. I can tell you the fire truck was pretty scary. It ruined the whole back end of that, and those batteries are only about that big.
Right. I would just request, and obviously I believe you already do this, that, as the materials come out, that we might be able to line our garage ceilings with, garage walls with, I'm not suggesting DIY, but I think, if I'm going to put a charging station in my garage in the future, I think that might be something that I would look at as the total installation and the potential project, because like right now, my garage doesn't even have sheetrock in the ceiling. So if I was going to put a charger in, it doesn't make sense to put a new material that is protecting you with like maybe a firewall there. So I'm sure you'll report back to us, but that'd just be my request moving forward, is that we stay on the front edge of that, because we can change the code, but that's only going to matter for the houses that are built in the future. And, at this point, that's less than 1% a year. And so we're not making a significant impact by changing code. We need to be able to educate and keep people on, the current path, so they can make that decision when they're purchasing that vehicle. And I know it's an expensive vehicle right now, but leaving in the driveway is always an option. I understand that, but I'm not leaving my, really nice new car in the driveway either.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
I understand the need for this.
Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you so much, honestly, for your presentation. It's eye-opening to think about how much energy that really is in a lithium-ion battery. I have a couple questions, because I feel like you'd be so pivotal in understanding that type of trauma for manufacturers specifically. Would it help in working with manufacturers to find solutions, maybe changing the charging infrastructure, regulating cells in a certain vehicle to where there's basically it can't burn past that, or trying to working with them to where this is where you're seeing that type of harm, and this is if they're going to manufacture, it's going to need to be regulated. Is there any type of data within that space yet, or have you worked in that space with manufacturers more closely?
So that's a great question, Councilmember Chacon. They tried to get with Tesla and I believe Chevrolet to decrease the amount of batteries, but they had come back and said that decreases the runtime, decreases, and it was basically, the electric vehicles are pressed for space alone, and they right now it's a no. They will not shrink the battery sizes because of the runtime. It's a great question. That's a fantastic question. It was one of the ones that I did research. I could have put it up there, but they weren't in tune. They're making them bigger for semis and all that kind of good stuff. So unfortunately, no. I wish they would. But the reaction of the small ones are bad too. So, but it's a great question.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. And sincerely, there would be nothing worse than to think of any of our firefighters who would be in danger because of any of this, let alone the property owners. So that's very critical. In dovetailing on Councilmember Hurst's question, what is the sort of like the fire department industry doing in terms of creating new materials that would fight this kind of fire, since it's a different source?
Yeah, another great question. The foam we used to use works pretty good on them, but we can't use it. So because of the chemical compound that are in them and the cancer-causing agents that are in it. So it works great. Not saying it does, it works a lot better than just water, but in plain and simple terms, the foam we use now.
The foam we use now is almost like Dawn dish soap.
So you need that PFAS.
Yep, we do, and there's stuff, Purple K, there's sodium bicarbonate, there's a lot of different things that you see in fire extinguishers that you see they don't have any effect on them because it's more of cooling, and the best way that they can cool is via water. So it's a great question. They really don't have nothing out just yet to find out just other than water. So in our training division, we're just gearing up. We know these are going to be few and far between. Absolutely. We're going to go on a vehicle fire from fuel far more than we are an electric vehicle fire from now and in the future. But eventually, we're going to be faced with more and more. We're going to have to figure out, what do we do? Do we just let it burn? Not going off on a trail here, but in a gasoline vehicle fire, normally if it reaches into the cab area and it's affecting, 50% of that cab area, they'll total the vehicle anyway. So at what kind of cost do you put it out? The problem is a month and a half ago in Evergreen, the guy was inside there. When the fire department arrived, he was alive. He was, I don't want to be graphic here, but he was moving, and they could not get him out. The fire was so intense, the doors had locked. There was a safety switch it's about this big, and he got to pull it to get out. In certain circumstances, he couldn't get out. So it's, you go to a fire and you can't do nothing. We kind of, tend to wear our sleeves. So we're trying to come up with some. The whole U.S. Fire Administration everywhere is trying to come up with something on how you battle these, because, they're here. And as you said, Councilman Noble, they're not coming. They're not going away. They're not. And we don't have. They're fascinating vehicles, but. We just don't have the fire protection measures. The technology has outran our technology on how to extinguish it. We're based on hydrocarbons and plastics, and we're not you know, it used to be Volkswagen engines. So if anybody owned a Volkswagen from the years of like 75 to 85, they had magnesium block engines. And they were so hard to put out. And this is magnesium on steroids.
And could you give us some data on occurrence in Commerce City?
You know, we have had a couple of accidents that they're very difficult to get into. But as we know, we haven't had any fires that we're aware of. We've had them around us. Thornton, in the North Area Fire Agencies, if you would have asked me this question 6 months ago, the North Area would say no. But when they go on, it only takes one, then the flags start raising like, hey, we got to do something. So we haven't, but we know, unfortunately, it's a matter of time before we do. And hopefully, you know, that happens out on an open roadway.
And would the same thing apply to electric bicycles?
I don't know. Have we had?
We've had a couple of the scooters that have been left, like they rent them from downtown and then leave them on the sidewalks. We've had at least 2 of those in the neighborhoods on fire before.
In Commerce City?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but electric bicycles, many electric bicycles on the road, in particular in Denver right now, because they had such a great program for folks, and I know a lot of people are riding them now, so we'll have to keep an eye on it, and I certainly hope that your industry catches up with technologies to keep everyone safe.
Yeah, that's what this is about. So, you know, just like those considerations of being cognizant of, you know, the Mile High Greyhound Park development, and they got that underground parking. That stuff worries me. You know, I right now, you know, if the sprinkler system in that garage is an ordinary Group 1 or 2? It's an ordinary Group 1. There's no way it has the water to control that type of fire. So if we had one that caught fire in there from thermal runaway or whatever, I don't know. I don't know what we'd be faced with, because it's not just the electric vehicle fire, it's everything around it. It's the building, it's, you know, a lot of stuff. So, you know, it's definitely a heightened sense. They said that the odds of this happening are super small, but they will increase. But like I said, everything that revolves around our firefighting has been based on 150 years of gasoline, and we're just in a new era, and we're ready. Like, you know, we're ready. We're ready to take this on. So,
I have one other question, because Suncor conversation is following you. When we had our fire meeting, you had mentioned that the fire department doesn't always go on Suncor property when there is a fire, that Suncor has its own fire department. Mm-hmm. When the incident occurred where 2 people were injured, were burned, was your fire department on the property to help with that fire?
Yeah, and it wasn't, it was a flash fire. So it wasn't, you know, I mean, 2 people were hurt, no doubt. It was a significant, but in our world, it wasn't significant. But there was not only Suncor and us, but there was Adams County Fire. Who else? Yeah, so 3 fire departments were there. So the response we have to Suncor is top notch. Suncor works with us really well, you know, but industrial firefighting is a whole nother game. But again, you know, we've been doing industrial firefighting in Commerce City since back when it was called the Oriental Refinery, where we had one firefighter that was killed, Harold Hubble, in that fire. So, you know, when we go to a refinery fire, as our adrenaline is high, we practice those fires all the time. If we had a lithium ion making plant or something, whatever, it would just be different. It would be a different deal. Again, like when we get into codes, the setbacks and all that, you know, who knows? But you know, we're pretty well prepared for Suncor, and it's you know, it's an industrial area. It's the same as Veolia Environmental. We have a lot of stuff here in Commerce City that we have to be well aware of. So,
very true. Thank you very much, Chief.
Yeah, no problem.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Vinslow, and your crew that you have here, and a marvelous job on the technology and the presentation, Maria. I know if I was sitting in that seat, we would still be trying to access the first video, so great job. Thank you so much for bringing this presentation. This has obviously been kind of on the forefront of your thinking because you brought it forward at a, I believe it was Citizens Communication or something like that.
Yeah, and real quick, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'd probably come
not
off
at
a
all.
little strong. I only had 3 minutes. I'm like, how do I just wanted to do a presentation.
Oh, I know what it's like to
Yeah, so
be behind the
the
podium
words
and
I
just have
probably
3
used weren't
minutes.
probably the best, so.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you brought it back and gave the presentation to let us know that you're ahead of the game. I didn't know there was underground parking at the dog track, so I'm really glad that you brought that to our attention so that we can set standards so that we do get out in front of this. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. And then I would never want to see any of you have to face something as devastating as an EV catching on fire or a power wall inside a house to collect energy. And then I've heard of the lithium ion blowing up in houses and power walls as well. I would definitely suggest that you take Council Member Chacon's suggestion and reach out to these companies because you can make a name for yourself by reaching out and saying, we want to work with you. We want to work towards preventing and I think that's a wonderful suggestion. So I just wanted to mention that. The other thing that I wanted to say is that the technology is moving ahead quickly, and hopefully we won't be on lithium ion for a really long time. The progression of the technology with supercapacitors, which are a non-chemical based battery storage units, are coming along at light speed. So hopefully this is something that we won't be contending with for a really long time. But in the meantime, thank you so much for being on top of this and bringing this forward. And I won't make you all stand there any longer than you have been. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all. Again, appreciate you being here and for
Okay.
the presentation.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to the Suncor presentation. I'll invite Michael Frendina forward to give the presentation. This is presentation.
So I'm gonna have to load your presentation over here. You said it. I've never put this thing up to that. Am I gonna have a problem doing that? Michael, you can introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody, council members. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Michael Frandina. I'm with the Aspen Law Firm. My partner Dave Aspen is here as well. I will probably be doing the presentation, but in terms of questions and answer sessions, we'll both be involved in that piece. So, sorry, it looks like, oh, there we go. So we were asked to come talk tonight about the Suncor refinery and the work that the Aspen Law Firm has been doing. I know we've been here before, many of you, on several occasions. So if we can go to the second slide, Matt. So what was the Aspen Law Firm tasked with? So there's several things that we've been asked to look at over the years. So one is to investigate the historic and ongoing contamination from the refinery. As part of that, analyze possible violations of federal and state law, including some of the laws you see up there, such as the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, also called RCRA, or CERCLA, which is the Superfund law. Another item is to notify Suncor potential lawsuit for discharge of PFAS. So that would be a water issue. And we were also asked to represent Commerce City in Water Quality Commission hearings. The sources of pollution from the refinery include primarily you can have air emissions from stacks. Those are the obvious ones. There's also fugitive emissions, which basically means emissions that maybe aren't tracked. And you have leak detection and monitoring. Those are potential air emissions. In water, you have discharges to Sand Creek, which is the permitted ones, and then you also have a potential groundwater plume under the refinery that can also pollute nearby waters. And then finally, you have wastes, which can be broadly defined, but waste can also be another source of pollution from the refinery. What can the city do? A significant activity for the city is to participate in the ongoing regulatory review and actions. So this includes commenting on permits when those come up. So there's the air permit for the plants 1 and 3. There's a Clean Water Act permit. There's also the permit for plant 2. The Water Quality Commission also has ongoing hearings and regulatory reviews. And so the city, it's important for the city to participate in those, give feedback, and the city has been doing that. Another way the city can participate is potentially citizen suits under the federal laws. So under the federal laws just mentioned, like the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act, there's no private cause of action, and there's no concurrent enforcement action regarding the pollution. But you can start a citizen suit. Cities are considered citizens under that, under those laws. And the remedy includes addressing the ongoing contamination along with potential fees and costs. So there's not damages in the sense of a traditional lawsuit where potentially you're suing for money. Your remedy is perhaps to force a cleanup or to force certain controls to be in place, those type of things. We've also, you can look at state law actions, which tend to be things like trespass or other laws that typically go along with a federal lawsuit and don't necessarily stand independently. Another action for the city is to open lines of communication with the relevant regulatory agencies. So that's the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, or CDPHE, as well as the EPA Environmental Protection Agency. And so that is something that the city has been doing to make more communication with especially the CDPHE. And a final option is more inspection and monitoring of the refinery. And there's a potential to do that with state funds. So that would mean something like hiring an employee to actually inspect and monitor. That is often done by CDPHE, and we have a tendency to rely on data that we get from CDPHE, but there's a potential for the city to also do that on its own. And so they could utilize that in addition to what the state does, to give yourself another level so that you're not just reliant on the state or the EPA. Next slide, please. So air emissions, obviously a public concern because the emissions are often visible. There's contaminants that citizens can identify, such as hydrogen cyanide. There are past settlements with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. So since 2017, CDPHE has issued 4 what they call compliance orders on consent. Those are sometimes also called consent orders, and those each follow a compliance advisory. So the compliance advisory is usually issued first, and that essentially opens, that's like the state opening a complaint or an administrative action against the refinery. And then at the end of that, it's usually a negotiated settlement with them, and then they issue the consent order. So there's 2 open compliance advisories right now from CDPHE. So the first one stems from August 3rd, 2021, and that addressed violations from the refinery from July 2019 through June 2020. And then on May 22nd of 2022, there's another one that's that was issued, and those addressed violations for the following year of July 2020 through June 2021. Each of those are still open, so that's meaning they haven't reached a consent order with Suncor on either of those compliance advisories. So basically, the covered time periods that I mentioned up there, this has to do with kind of like the length of time that we've gone back and investigated. And so if you look at the first consent order, of the 4 that have been issued since 2017, it covered from approximately July 2014 to June 2015. And then the next one you see was another year. The third one was another year, but then the 4th one, which we'll talk a little bit more on the next slide, that actually covered 2 years, so it was a little bit different. And it also included the December 11th, 2019 event, which was a significant pollution event. And that ended up in the March 6th, 2020 consent order, which I think the next slide discusses. Next slide, please, Matt.
I'm sorry.
So this is giving an idea of the financial terms of the consent orders issued by CDPHE. So the 4 consent orders over the past several years. So as you can see, the 2020 consent order has significantly higher financial terms, and especially the $12 million that Suncor agreed to spend implementing the third-party root cause investigation recommendations. So the consent order that CDPHE issued actually include a $5 million maximum. Suncor agreed to do $12 million. And then on top of that $12 million, there was another $4 million in essentially penalties and fees. And so if you compare that to the 3 before, you can see, you were talking in the $100,000 levels in those, and CDPHE, that's when Suncor really started to, I think, make a lot more news, and there was a much higher financial penalty. Now, again, there's 2 compliance advisories out there from CDPHE that we don't know yet what financial terms those are going to have. But you can see the refinery has, been continuing to pollute, continuing to violate, their permits and the other laws and regulations that they're subject to. So we don't know what that's going to be yet, but we'll of course update you once we find out. Next slide, please. Some work that the Aspen Law Firm has been doing for the city includes monitoring the air emissions from the refinery. So what we've been tracking is the number and types of historic violations. And so that includes how frequently there are excess emissions and what type of contaminants have exceeded their limits. We're tracking ongoing emissions. And then with both Title V permit reviews, we've been participating in submitting comments to CDPHE on those. And then obviously we're keeping track of any news or investigation of the Christmas Eve shutdown. One thing to note about air emissions is that Suncor does have to report all exceedances, including those that occur during what's called SSM, which is startup, shutdown, and malfunction. However, Suncor does get an affirmative defense if an exceedance occurred during an SSM. So what does that mean? That basically means that in some ways Suncor can escape liability for exceedances that occur during startup, shutdown, and malfunction. However, it is their burden to prove that affirmative defense. And what's highlighted here is language from the Kearney third-party root cause investigation. So this stemmed from part of the agreement with the 2020 consent order was Suncor had to fund this third-party root cause investigation, and that was contracted out to a third party, that's Kearney. And what they basically said in there is that some of these incidents of exceedances were caused by a historical tolerance of minor environmental exceedances during startup and shutdown. And they weren't taking corrective action, and so that led to more significant events. And that is the type of situation that could potentially prevent a Suncor from meeting their burden to prove their affirmative defense. And so they could potentially be held liable for those exceedances in that situation. Now, the report does say there's now a lower level of tolerance for these, but again, we have been tracking the amount of frequency and duration and severity of the incidents, which would be reported in a not in a public meeting. Next slide, please. So air emissions, what's next? Our firm will continue to track the emissions just to see, in which direction, see if we're seeing any kind of trends or differences. We've kept track of the result on the Wild Earth Guardians lawsuit on the Title V permit. The result of that was the court ordered CDPHE to act on the permits without further delay. Not so long after that, CDPHE did release two different draft Title V permits. One of which is now moved to an actual issued permit. The other one has not yet. Continue to monitor the Title V permit review. So Suncor Plant 2 is that permit has not yet been issued. So Commerce City submitted comments back in March 2021, along with numerous other entities. I'm sorry, that's the one that actually has been finalized. I apologize. So EPA objected to the draft permit back in March 2022. CDPHE then submitted a revised permit to EPA that was then issued in August 2022. In September 2022, Suncor then sued CDPHE over the permit fence line monitoring requirements. And those fence line monitoring requirements were required by House Bill 21-1189. And so that lawsuit between Suncor and CDPHE is ongoing. The permit that is not yet finalized is for plants 1 and 3. And on that one, comments were submitted by Commerce City back in July of 2022. And at this time, CDPHE is considering the comments, and they haven't published or they haven't taken action on the draft permit at this time. Next slide, please. So in terms of a citizen suit under the Clean Air Act. The Clean Air Act allows citizens to bring actions to enforce Clean Air Act requirements, including permit conditions. Now, the definition of the term persons within that act includes municipalities and any subdivisions of a state. So that would include Commerce City. Standing would require the city to demonstrate injury in fact. We don't believe that would be a significant hurdle, being that the Suncor refinery is located within the city itself. Almost all of these federal acts have fairly lengthy notice requirements that requires at least 60 days of notice be given, usually to the Environmental Protection Agency, the state of Colorado, or CDPHE, as well as to Suncor. And you have to usually give 60 days notice if you were wanting to file a lawsuit. A result of the citizen suit can include costs of litigation. So that includes things like attorney's fees, expert costs, and any other costs that go along with a lawsuit. Next slide, please. A citizen suit may not be commenced if the EPA or CDPHE is already diligently prosecuting a civil action in court to enforce compliance. So what does that mean? If EPA is already doing it, or if CDPHE is already doing it, then you can't go and take, Suncor to court about it. And so that's basically what that means. So if there's an emission limit violation that's already covered in a compliance order on consent, that may not be able to be enforced in a court action. Same with any emission limits that are covered in an ongoing enforcement action. So that could be any exceedances that are recorded in those compliance advisories we were talking about earlier. That may not be able to be enforced in court. The other thing that can happen in a citizen suit is that the relevant regulatory agency, so probably CDPHE, they can essentially moot the case retroactively with enforcement action. So that means if you were to bring a suit and CDPHE decides, hey, we're going to address that violation, then that can moot your case, meaning that the lawsuit ends because now the relevant regulatory agency is taking action. So the work that we're doing there is continuing to analyze potentially actionable violations and the potential for obtaining meaningful relief. Now, what relief is available in a lawsuit? There's fines. Those are not payable to the city. They're payable to CDPHE. You could potentially look at an injunction. So that would mean things like compliance with conditions, or implementing new controls. So that would basically be saying the relief you can get is enhanced compliance with environmental laws. So you can force Suncor to comply with environmental laws, pass, and get a court order on that to potentially get yourself involved in monitoring that. And then the other potential relief that's available is projects or mitigation measures to either offset the exceedances or limit them going forward. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to water issues. So two main water issues that our firm has been looking at for Commerce City, and one has to do with the Water Quality Control Commission anti-degradation designations. And the second one has to do with the PFAS contamination, primarily at the Suncor refinery. Next slide, please. The Water Quality Control Commission rulemaking had to do with what's called the anti-degradation designations. So the WQCC is responsible for classifying all waters of the state of Colorado under one of three classifications. You either have outstanding waters, which is the highest quality, you have reviewable waters, which is the middle quality, or you have use-protected waters, which is the lowest quality. The WQCC has to do for every body of water within the state of Colorado, they have to make that designation every 3 years. And there's a Regulation 31 that governs the designations, and Regulation 38 is listing of the South Platte designations, which is most applicable to Commerce City. If you go back to a September 2022 rulemaking, the Water Quality Control Commission upgraded 3 urban waters to reviewable. So there was a coalition that had petitioned to upgrade a Clear Creek segment and 2 South Platte segments, and Commerce City gained party status within that rulemaking and filed statements and presented in support of the upgrade, and the upgrade was granted by the Water Quality Control Commission. Next slide, please. This is a map now showing the classifications near the Suncor refinery. And as you can see that they're most of them are now reviewable with the exception of the 16C. And then the warm has to do with like a warm designation 1, I believe, is slightly higher quality. And then there's also the designations of whether it's a water supply, which some of these are and some of them aren't. But essentially what a reviewable designation gets you is further protection during the application for a discharge permit by anyone seeking a discharge permit along a water that's designated reviewable. There's going to be stricter controls that are put in place when the regulatory agency goes to look at their permit. And so I believe the numbers were something like if you have the assimilative capacity of the waters to basically like absorb pollution, if you have reviewable, I think they have to protect something like 90% of that versus use protected, they can go right up to the limit. So in other words, they would say like, okay, well, the water can handle a certain amount of pollution, and in a use protected, polluters are allowed to use all of that assimilated capacity to basically make the water as bad as the EPA says is acceptable. Whereas if you have a reviewable water, you have to leave kind of like a buffer almost of like space to say, no, this water needs to have an assimilative capacity or like space from that pollution. And so by going to reviewable, as permits roll out over like the next 10 years, that's going to make a big difference when they go to get a permit. They're going to have to ratchet down on the pollution that they're allowed to get when they get a permit. Next slide, please, Matt. PFAS is obviously big in the news, and significant developments over the last few years in that. So PFAS are also called forever chemicals. You can see as late as 2021, Suncor stored 22,000 gallons of firefighting foam that contains PFAS, and that's a common source of PFAS contamination. So the CDPHE information regarding PFAS regulation is that they're considering strict limits on PFAS. There are grant and take back applications that are open, so that's a potential source of funding that the city should be looking at. In terms of action that the city has taken along with the Aspen Law Firm, there was a March 19, 2021 letter notifying Suncor of a potential citizen suit under RCRA. So this has to do with the PFAS contamination that was coming from Suncor. Suncor response was received back in April 20th of 2021, and there was a meeting with CDPHE and a written follow-up from them. Since that time, Suncor has installed a temporary wastewater treatment system in November 2021. And there was a draft water permit that was issued in November 2021, and the city submitted comments on that in February 2022. We do expect a final permit soon, although we've been saying that for more than a year, so we're not exactly sure, when CDPHE is actually going to issue a permit. Would you go to the next slide, please, Matt? So one of the potential reasons for the delay is there's been a significant change in the essentially health advisory on the safe level of PFAS. And so like before, there was a 2016 health advisory that said 70 parts per trillion combined for PFAS plus PFOA. That has now been changed as of June 2022. EPA issued an interim updated drinking water health advisory that is now 0.004 parts per trillion for PFOA. So you can see that's much smaller than 70. And then 0.02 for PFAS. And then there's 2 others on there as well. So that may be part of the delay, is that when the state was considering the initial permit, 70 parts per trillion was still a number that was being, I guess, used. And now that EPA has gone significantly smaller than that, the state may be considering that. Also, in August 2022, there was a proposal to designate the 2 most widely used PFAS, which is PFOS and PFOA, as hazardous substances under CERCLA. That does tie into one of the things we were talking about earlier, which is a potential lawsuit under CERCLA, because if those are designated as hazardous substances under CERCLA, then that makes relief under CERCLA more of a possibility. And then obviously expect PFAS limits to be in Suncor's new Clean Water Act permit. We just don't exactly know what those are going to be just yet. Next slide, please. So that's all I had in the presentation, but we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you coming and updating us on all of that. Anybody on council have any questions regarding this? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for tonight's presentation as well. Just a few questions on slide number 9, where you mentioned that Suncor sued the health CDPHE over the permit fence. Do we have an update on what the outcome was on that?
I have read the most recent pleadings, but there's not been any resolution of that so far as I know. I don't know if they're just, there might be negotiations going on between CDPHE and Suncor, but there's nothing within the court file that I can substantively update you on.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then just curious on slide 15, where it's stated that Suncor installed temporary wastewater treatment system. Is that complete now, or status on that update as well?
That did happen, yes. So they were supposed to install it, I think maybe around October or November, and they did install it. Mm-hmm. And so there is, we've been tracking PFAS data for a while. I didn't include it in this presentation because it's really something that should be covered in executive session. But yes, they did install that temporary wastewater treatment system in November 2021. Now, again, the numbers that they were dealing with when they were even designing that to begin with was the 70 parts per trillion. So now that number is so much lower, you're talking about a whole another sort of regime of getting, there's a large difference between trying to get below 70 parts per trillion and trying to get below 0.004 parts per trillion.
Mm-hmm. So. Okay. All right, thank you. And then if you guys can go back to slide 13 also, where it says the water, it was 13, yeah, the Water Quality Control Commission, it says designation must be at least every, maybe it wasn't 13.
3 years?
Yeah, every 3 years. Yeah, I was just curious. In the meantime, like between that 3 years, can the city monitor some sort of way without waiting 3 years, or do you think that's sufficient, or?
Well, what happened there was that the coalition actually petitioned sort of within that 3-year period to get a change. And so there was a designation where essentially the Water Quality Control Commission had overruled the division who had recommended an upgrade to reviewable for these 3 urban segments that we were talking about. All of those were actually recommended to go to reviewable, but the commission overruled that and kept them as use protected. And so that's where the petition came from, as they said, wait, we don't agree with that decision. So they actually petitioned to change it. The real world impact of that, I'm not certain that it impacted the South Platte, but like Molson Coors got in there and applied for a new permit with under the use protected, because the Clear Creek segment had actually been reviewable, and then it got downgraded to use protected instead of staying at reviewable. And so Molson Coors went in and actually applied for their permit once it got changed to use protected. So they got an updated permit during the short period of time where it was use protected instead of reviewable. Now it's back to reviewable, but Molson Coors has the permit based on it being use protected. So there is real world impact. Yes, even if you lose that designation for a little bit, then you are going to get folks who take advantage of that essentially, and might recognize that applying for a permit under a use protected designation is going to be more favorable for them in terms of costs and pollution control than if it's reviewable.
Okay, thanks. So, and then just last question, do you know, is there anything the city can do to help the residents without Suncor? Like any way we can help the residents from your findings?
To help them how? Sorry.
Just like any way as far as from water, everything. I mean, along with the CDPHE, what they're doing also.
Well, I think that, some of the ways that we're discussing, they do have a real world impact. So getting the South Platte portion that borders Commerce City designated as reviewable, that is definitely a real world difference, because you're going to have a ratcheting up effect on the quality of that water, because as permits expire and they come up to be reviewed, each of those folks is going to have to put more money essentially into pollution control before they get approved permit. And because of the improved pollution control that they install, the quality of the South Platte is going to continue to increase. So, just as an example of, sometimes certain urban waterways are not necessarily known, or you may not be allowed to fish there. I mean, that's a ways off. But even using it recreationally, oftentimes you might have advisories where folks don't get to actually use the water because of whatever, the quality is too low for that. I think you can see a scenario where if you continue to improve the quality of water and get that ratcheting effect that I'm talking about, that could be improved to one day where that's not the case. People could actually use urban waterways recreationally.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple questions. Some of them are just clarifications. From the air quality standpoint, it sounded like to me that you were pretty confident in the current regulatory oversight process. You don't feel like there's any holes in it where we could step in, because you're suggesting that if there was a citizen's lawsuit, sorry if I'm not using the right terminology, really what we're doing is putting CDPH on notice to say, you need to address this issue, because then once they take over the lawsuit, we have to back away. Is that correct?
That is a potential outcome. However, doing that, it is in itself sometimes like maybe the desired impact that you want to have is to maybe force action, by somebody else. So that could be a potential tool to use, I guess, to get that outcome. So Clean Air Act lawsuits are very complicated, and so even CDPHE I think is having a difficult time in some ways with handling the Suncor refinery. But that being said, they're certainly not catching everything. They, Wild Earth Guardians had success, suing CDPHE to get them to finally issue a permit. So they stepped in, sued them, said, hey, you haven't issued a permit for a decade. You have a permit that's a decade overdue. And then, the court got involved and said, you need to deal with this. And then lo and behold, within next few years, there have been 2 draft permits that were issued. So I think there is some impact that, you can have. But I would also, yes, caution to say that, you could become involved and then essentially get sort of moved out of being as involved because maybe CDPHE pushes its way in.
All right, thank you. And then as we move into the water quality, in your findings, you only found that PFAS is not generated by their process, but by other outside factors like firefighting foams, correct?
In terms of at Suncor?
Right, correct.
I don't, I mean, that would comport with my understanding. Yes, I don't know if it matters, but wherever the pollution is coming from, if it's coming from there, whether it's because of a product that they're making or something that they're storing, I'm not sure it matters as much to us.
Right, and I just, I'm trying to figure out, was it a requirement for them to have this firefighting foam from whatever, besides CDPHE, they have a, OSHA type oversight, regulatory agency. Were they required to have that firefighting foam, and are they the only PFAS contaminator in the area? I think are relevant to larger water quality discussions.
I do not know the answer to the question about if they were required to have PFAS foam or not. I will say that there, I believe, are 2 facilities in Colorado who have a discharge permit where there's more of a PFAS consideration. Suncor's one of them. I believe it's like a Lockheed Martin facility that's down by Chatfield that is the second one. And
Yeah,
so
Wind 21.
yeah, so Suncor is kind of like a known, I guess, entity for PFAS contamination.
And the ones that are right behind them are all the airports, correct, and military facilities?
Yeah, and those ones are sometimes under a different one, but that's true. There's a
Because of
lot of
federal.
military facilities.
And I think the point I'm getting at is that we have to be cautious with all firefighting training facilities where they've trained using firefighting foams. They're not using them currently. We heard that today, that the current foam that they're using is like dish soap, especially compared to what they had before. And so I'm not discounting anything that we're talking about for Suncor, but what I also want to call out is that the PFAS and PFOA is a much larger problem because of the requirements for firefighting training that led up to, the last, decade of changes for PFAS and PFOA. So I wanted to call that out. And then is there anything in our findings that is calling out Sand Creek water is that's in our drinking water? Are any of these sources going to our drinking water? I'm not saying it makes it less bad if they're not, but it's good for it to be public if they are.
Actually, drinking water is not sort of something that we've really been asked to look into. So that would be kind of, I would say that's outside.
Right, because, there's a lot of discussion about where the water comes from, the direction it flows, but then there's a lot of discussion about adding 50% Denver water to our water so we could dilute the PFAS amounts in our current drinking water. I think that's relevant. I think we have to figure out what that source is, why it's in our drinking water, if it's coming from the well or groundwater. There's got to be a plume that's causing that. And so, looking further into that, again, it could be Suncor, it could be another, past contaminator, but I think that's relevant in this bigger discussion because it's not just Suncor that has that potential. It's a lot of the other facilities that, in the past, it's just attributed to industrial firefighting practices and the way that they used to not only put fires out, but practice to put fires out. And so I'm a bit concerned about, its direct connection to those firefighting because it doesn't just go to, obviously at a refinery, you're going to practice more, you have potential for much larger events, so you're going to have more contamination would make sense. Not saying that's good, but I also would like just us to be highly aware of where those firefighting activities were taking place before as well.
Yeah, yeah, and I think one comment I would make just in, that's, I think, relevant to that is and I don't have the data right in front of me, but we did look at this. So the state of Colorado did investigation of surface waters, and they did testing of PFAS, and the single hotspot was essentially the confluence of Sand Creek and the South Platte. So it's not, that isn't just random. I think it deserves looking into.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and particularly for all the work that you have done on our behalf with state agencies in order to make some things happen. That's really wonderful. I would like to point out for the community too that this Commerce City Council has been working on this since the incident on December 11th, 2019. That was when we first asked unanimously to have monthly emission exceedance reports on Suncor. We also voted to participate in the anti-degradation issue, and I originally testified on that before we had experts do it. And then also the RCRA notice, which gave notification to Suncor that we were looking at potential opportunities, if you will, to better protect our residents. So I just want to emphasize that the City Council has been very interested in this topic for the past 3 years, and that's why you're here tonight. So thank you very much for all that you've done. I'm really disturbed about the 10 years that have been going on, that we know it's 10 years, according to your presentation, of issues of air quality issues with Suncor. Certainly then, it's longer than that. I'm very glad that they are doing these 2 compliance advisories because the original $12 million fine covered only up to 2019, and there was a question as to what they had been doing in the ensuing years, and clearly they have continued to violate despite the $12 million fine. So money may not be the answer to here. It may be something else. Has there been any investigation also in terms of a line item for infrastructure improvements that Suncor is doing to its facilities in South Commerce City to stop emissions of both that affect both water quality and air quality?
Certainly in air quality, that 2020 consent order included some terms on pollution controls that Suncor had to implement. And I believe one of those was some sort of, it was like an automatic shutoff that, as I understand it, has been installed since then. So that was an expensive pollution control that CDPHE required Suncor to implement, and they have done that, is my understanding.
And the state bill that passed last year designated 4 sites in Colorado, toxic sites, that would require fence line monitoring. 3 of those sites are here in Commerce City. 3 of the 4 are in Commerce City. The 4th one is in Pueblo. So the fact that Suncor is fighting the fence line monitoring is concerning, because we should all be on the same side. We should all be making certain that our residents and those who live around Commerce City are not affected by any of the emissions that come from that facility. I haven't heard that the other 2, Conoco and Texaco, I think is the other one. Our environmental planner is yelling what the 3rd one is. Yes?
Phillips 66, ma'am.
Phillips 66. I was going to say that, but it's Conoco Phillips 66. Used to be one full name, but 2. Yeah, so So that's very important. If there are steps that we can take legally to put more pressure, because I think that's the only thing that will help is to have more pressure. I don't want us to become a Philadelphia refinery that exploded in 2019. And that would be my greatest concern, is that that kind of thing would happen in Commerce City. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just say that the RCRA notice was about the PFAS, and then did get Commerce City involved in the conversation about the temporary treatment, and also, you know, was influenced, I think, the city's comments, you know, on the water permit as well.
That's great. And to that end, we have talked about this previously, and that's to have South Adams Water and Sanitation District come and speak during a study session so that we can get some of these answers directly from them. I relate what I learn at the meetings that I have with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District regarding the PFAS and what the possible sources are, but they need to be here in person and talk about what their issues are as well. So thank you very much for everything that you have done. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you so much for this presentation, honestly. I have a few questions. Since SEMCOR is violated for the EPA, specifically for EJ concerns, has there been any inclusion of the Environmental Justice Task Force from the CDPHE's recommendations, like ESHA, the equity analysis for cumulative impacts? So it's across water mediums, it's across soil mediums, it starts going into health disparities. Has that been involved in this space? So that it could also kind of address, honestly, the remedies does have to go past money. We need to prioritize certain health disparities for specifically disproportionately impacted communities that are now having 3 different forms of PFAS in their blood. So how can we correlate with the CDPHE's already trying to address with the environmental justice aspect into this space too?
That's a very good question. I would say that, you know, one way is certainly for, you know, Commerce City to continue to comment on like permit applications, and when a draft permit comes out, to comment on that. Because one of the comments that Commerce City was making on those permits, which has thus far been unsuccessful, was, you know, to make sure that it was just to combine the refinery into a single Clean Air Act permit. And so, you know, why have 2 different Title V permits for, you know, like a single refinery? They used to be separate or like owned separately, and have them considered the same and regulated the same. So those types of comments, I think, you know, can be useful to the regulators. Now, does that mean that they, you know, just accept the comments? It doesn't necessarily mean that. So like in that example, they said that essentially their hands were tied over how they had to treat them. So getting them to treat it holistically from a regulatory perspective can be difficult, because you sometimes have, you know, almost more of like a siloed effect of like, okay, well, Clean Water Act's over here, Clean Air Act's over here, RCRA's here, and how do you get, you know, somebody to look at it holistically? That's a challenge under any of the options that we are discussing. But permit review and comments is definitely one to look at. You know, commenting with the Colorado Water Quality Control Commission and making sure to stay on top of those things is another way to, you know, hopefully address, because those type of things, you know, if you don't stay involved in them, then, you know, others who you may be at odds with are staying involved in them, and then theirs are the voices that are heard.
One more question too. For the reviewable status for the water quality, is there any inclusion of restoration efforts for water itself, for water quality? There's been a lot of success with mycelium being able to pull out a lot of pollutants, and other sectors that are, again, more holistic in understanding environmental justice and kind of an environmental awareness space and changing organic matter. Is that ever going to be basically introduced in this space in reviewable, because it's not enough just to go back to outstanding. There has to be some effort of restoration for that water.
Yeah, so, you know, getting to reviewable again is an important step to improve the quality of the water, of whatever specific waterway you're talking about. Because then, you know, it's over, like some of these permits are like 10-year permits. And so they come up, they don't come up all the time. And so when they re-come up, they're going to have to find out ways, or they're going to have to figure out ways how they can meet the requirements that the regulator is going to put onto them. And so that might mean additional controls. You know, it might mean, you know, that they have to do some restoration projects or something like that to kind of offset some of the issues that they have. But once you get to reviewable, especially in Colorado, because one issue is that there's like one designation, right, for the quality of water, outstanding, reviewable, or use protected, and that applies to like all pollutants. And so one thing that you would see different folks arguing who wanted to get it to use protected would say like, okay, well, we have E. coli issues in this body of water. And so because we have E. coli, you can't be like a reviewable water. And I think that, you know, the response on the other side that was saying, well, no, reviewable is appropriate, is saying, but there's all these other measures of water quality. There's temperature, you know, there's, you know, dissolved metals, there's salinity, there's pH, there's all these different measurements that you have to look at. You can't just do it based off one. But the regulatory regime in Colorado only has like one designation, not like on a per pollutant basis. And so that's why it is important to get into that. So once you're there, you know, just, you know, maintain that at a minimum, and then I think you will see a ratcheting up effect. If you were in a situation where you're use protected, then I think, you know, some of those issues that you were talking about doing restoration and things like that, there has been success with that. That would get that water quality up to the point of, you know, getting it back into reviewable. But I think it's good to have, to say like, no, that assimilative capacity, it gets to be just reserved so that we hopefully keep this water, you know, healthy, as opposed to saying polluters can pollute right up to the limit of what we consider to be safe.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and all the work that you've been doing. I'd also like to thank our residents for making their voices heard and speaking out, because this is the only way that action has been taken on this, because our residents were finally fed up, they'd had enough, and they were willing to have the courage to speak out. So I wanted to make sure that our residents were taking notice that we are taking action. This is by no means a solution, but we are making an effort to protect our community members, especially our most vulnerable, our young children, young adults who are still growing and are very susceptible to what they're exposed to by this, and our seniors, very much so our seniors. I look forward to the day that they themselves can be compensated for the suffering that they have had on their health impacts that they've endured just for living where they live, because they can't afford to live somewhere else. So I want to make sure that our residents know that the work that they've been doing is valuable, and it's having an impact, a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir. Again, appreciate all the work that you put in this. Appreciate the presentation, the update that you provided to us and our community.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We are going to move on to reports. It says here on the script, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a friendly reminder for all of those out there in the community, this Thursday, January 26th, the city will be hosting an evening reception and a candidate forum with the public between 5:30 and 7:30 p.m. to meet and ask questions of our police chief candidates. Additionally, just something for you all to take away. I plan on coming back before you all with a topic at the March study session as I continue to assess upcoming agendas to bring items forward, both for, I would say, deliberation, discussion at study session and items to act on at regular meetings. I'd like us to re-engage on that 4.5-hour cap that we currently have. I understand the desire, once again, to get in and get out with items that, we have a lot of work on. But I will say, on our every Monday review that we have internal to the organization is causing some dynamic complexities with us how to be able to schedule and to move items forward. Now, I ask this of you all just so that we can explore whether or not it is a 4.5 cap hour solution, or are there other ways for us to accomplish both the goals of the council, but also of staff with needing and being able to get work done with just the amount of resolutions, ordinances, public hearings, items that have to come before you all in a very short period of time. So I raised that tonight just so that you all are aware that I would love to be able to have this conversation again with you all on thinking about how to move these items forward in order for us to continue to keep doing the necessary work that you give us that guidance and direction on. With community development, just a couple of a little bit of numbers for you all. Year to date, we've issued so far 44 certificate of occupancies, but I think what's interesting is that we've done almost 1,500 building inspections, and we've done over 1,500 code enforcement case actions as it relates out in the field. So, and that's just for the month of January. For economic development, we are partnering with the Metro North SBDC to offer 3 scholarships for our next leading edge strategic business plan training course. That 9-week training course will be online, which starts February 28th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. 1 scholarship has already been awarded, and anyone else interested in applying for the remaining 2 scholarships can contact sbrc@c3gov.com. Staff has also recently completed an online Commerce City restaurant directory to help promote the city's nearly 100 existing restaurants, and to encourage residents to support them. The directory can be found at www.redefiningcommerce.com and was most recently included in one of my previous city manager updates. For Public Works, 104th Avenue panel replacement, the contractor is hoping to finish the work this week, weather dependent. While doing this, they will be enhancing or adding expansion joints to mitigate future issues. 56th Avenue, this is for the widening project between Brighton Road, and Vasquez Boulevard. The contractor is currently performing surveying and traffic count reviews. Dahlia Street reconstruction is expected to start in February, while Elm Street just most recently had a kickoff this month. We hope for Elm Street to have a design work done by June and under construction at the start of Q3. There's been a number of potholes. Obviously, that's in relation to a lot of the weather that we have experienced over the past 2.5 months. Given the temperature, we've only been able to use a cold mix. Kind of put that in relation. We have potholes which we have patched when we've not been on snow ops. We typically will spend somewhere between 24 to 32 hours, about over the course of 1 to 2 weeks, and that's about 1 or 2 tons. Right now, we're actually using about 8 tons of material and spending 72 hours, and that is per week. That just kind of goes to show, just with the amount of activity that we're dealing with, how we are still trying to stay on top of those issues. And obviously, temperature is playing a significant role because we can't use hot mix to address that. But I have to tip my hat to PW in trying to stay on top of a matter that just is being driven by the weather. And with that, obviously, we had our probably most significant storm event, which was a multi-day event with the accumulation over 6 inches or more. Staff is still working through the cleanup of that effort and performing maintenance from not just this storm, but the previous week's storm as well. And they're also paying very clear attention to the drains that we have. But obviously, as things start to heat up and things start to melt, that will have some level of issues on our drains. So we do have PW staff, monitoring and working and triaging those trouble areas so that we don't get behind on those aspects. In PRG, as you all know, the Bison Ridge Pool has been closed since last week. It will continue to remain closed until this Thursday morning, as we anticipate repairs will be completed. I do know our staff has been communicating with those who have either swim lessons, pool parties, or use of that pool for other health needs, and will continue to do so as we continue to get updates on when that equipment is delivered. And lastly, as I continue to shape this organization to meet the expectations and the needs of the community, one of the initial steps that I will be taking and have started to take is reorganizing the structure to be able to accomplish that. One of those steps was looking at the vacant deputy city manager role and reclassifying it into an assistant city manager role, which will report to Kathy Blakeman as the existing DCM. In which of that will provide a little bit more structured oversight and day-to-day management that will allow for the DCM and myself to be thinking about the long-term strategy and development, organizational development of the city. To that end, we ran an internal recruitment for that ACM position. And I am grateful to share that the candidate that was selected and accepted is Mr. Jim Tolbert for the ACM role. Until such time we were able to backfill the role of the Community Development Director, he will be not only doing the ACM role, but also the Community Development Director role. Now, I share this with you as that this is just an initial step of a much broader strategy and plan that I plan to release to you all in the near future. But since that decision had been made, I thought I would go ahead and share that with you all tonight. And with that, that brings it the end of my report, sir.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Councilmember Noble.
That's wonderful news about Mr. Tolbert. Congratulations. Good choice. A lot of people had questions about snow on the side streets. A lot of people were fine with it, by the way, and said, it's just a lot of snow. But could you just possibly summarize the city's philosophy when it comes to side street snow plowing?
Thank you for that, ma'am. Actually, since we have Mr. Willie Waterhouse in the building, if you don't mind coming up and summarizing our philosophy of our snow operations plan.
Good evening. So if you recall, the presentation that we had done previously at the beginning of the snow season talks about the different classifications of snow storms and those responses to those. And we have three main categories of roads, designations that get plowed. And the fourth designation of roads encompasses most of our residential roadways. So those are only plowed in instances where accumulation makes the roadways impassable. So if there's too much accumulation for cars that get in high center or stuck, that's when we would typically come through and do one pass down the center of each residential roadway at that point in time. So right now, with the current situation that the roadways are in through I drove most of the roadways in Commerce City, most side residential streets. Either myself or my team has been on those and looked and evaluated. So there are a few handfuls of areas that have slush or something that had been pushed up and kind of froze. So we've knocked down, every once in a while, there's corners of the roadways they're getting shaded, and they have a little bit of accumulation on them. We've knocked a few of those that have been reported down, but really at this point in time, the course of action is kind of letting Mother Nature take its course, monitoring for slick intersections coming through. We have hilly areas that we would go and address kind of on one-off basis, and we've done a handful of those throughout this snowstorm. But the issues with going in and plowing the roadways on the residential roads, we create a lot of challenges with dips and ruts and windrows being forced up against driveways and blocking folks that are parked on the street, kind of blocking those cars in when we do those types of plowing activities. And the unfortunate thing with this series of events, this is kind of not the norm, but we've had it spread out through the last 3 weeks. It's kind of just been building on top of one another. So it's got a hard base of snowpack and ice that's built underneath there. So plows aren't really going to be effective at scraping anything off at this point. If we put down ice melting compounds, components, what we run risk of is creating additional challenges with the top layer melting initially and then refreezing, and then now you have just a solid sheet of ice on the roads, which makes it less traction than we currently have right now. So at this point, we're monitoring, we're checking out areas on a daily basis. We're still in the cleanup mode, as was mentioned before, getting rid of piles on 104th today, doing lots of kind of cleanup activities, and we're monitoring areas. If residents call in and say that there's been areas with vehicles getting stuck or having issues getting through, we're taking those and we're monitoring that and taking a look. But at this point, we're essentially playing a wait game and looking for Mother Nature to help us out a little bit. With that being said, there's lots of challenges that are going to probably be created when it starts to melt and run off if we don't have drainage going to where it needs to go. So there's been, during the last couple of weeks, there was a significant amount of effort to go clear storm drain inlets and make sure that the water that was getting down the street is got a place to go. So that's going to be a significant focus and effort from the crews for the weeks to come, as you see in the extended forecast still being very cold.
Yeah, and thank you for all you did. It was definitely crazy snowstorm that happens every few years in Colorado, but not regularly, that's for sure. So people were calling in. Is there a number or something that people should phone in if they think their street needed some help at the time? Because I'd rather give them helpful information than just watch them complain.
Yeah, sure. They can call the Public Works main hotline. Off the top of my head, I could quote that, but I would hate to get it wrong. So we can send that out, and then they can also, we encourage them to use the city's My C3 or Ask C3 function on the city's website. So they can go to the city website and submit a CRM ticket through there. Those will be routed to our office, and we'll put them down on a list and have them look to prioritize to go by and check, and at least make a pass through and follow up with somebody saying, hey, there's really nothing we can do at this time, or we'll say, hey, there was an issue that we were able to at least address in the interim and kind of give them direction of what we did or what we were able to do at the time.
Thank you very much. We're on the downhill side, so I hope there's not a lot of flooding. Thank you.
Any other questions for the city manager? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Hayter.
I have nothing to report. I'm kind of anxious to move on to our special meeting.
Aren't we all? Any council members wishing to make a report? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. I've had several people ask about PUDs and xeriscaping. And so at some point in the future, I think that Dr. Russo is doing a presentation in February, but it does involve the community development side of things as to who has jurisdiction or power when it comes to overriding. Can city rules override HOA or PUD or Metro District rules when it comes to xeriscaping, for example? So I would be looking for that answer in the future.
to the extent you're seeking legal answers, I respectfully ask that I be given the opportunity to respond to those.
Yeah, I did say in the future.
Right.
So February 27th, I think, is when she's
So
speaking.
it sounds like what you're looking for is a relationship between state regulation of xeriscaping, anything local, at the local level that we do, and then how that is reflected then by Metro districts, or more specifically, by HOAs and what they do or they can require with regard to xeriscaping. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
I attended the Water Quality Commission meeting. The Water Quality Commission is actually the wastewater commission, not water quality, exactly. However, South Adams County Water and Sanitation District is not eligible for ARPA. They didn't win the large grant that they were hoping for to clean up PFAS. And so I would like at some point, not tonight, of course, but at some point in the future to discuss sharing any of our $10 million in ARPA funds with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Clean water is something that's important to our residents as well. We could only make a dot in what they need, but I just wanted to put that out there for the future. That did come up at the Water Quality Commission. I also participated in the boards and commissions meeting, the senior commission, and lastly, policy and governance. The policy and governance committee has a lot of policy changes that we are bringing forward to you. Among them are new policies regarding council behavior and consequences for violations of that behavior. We haven't had any consequences previously, and all of us on the city council, I know, would like to be attaining a very professional standard for our residents. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
And Councilmember Noble, for your edification, it looks like in consultation with the city manager's office today that we're looking at February 13th at that study session to bring those policy changes to the full council, to the full body at that time.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I would like to applaud the Commerce City Police Department for locating that stolen truck that had the priced pigs in it, priced pigs when the family was visiting from Colorado, or they were visiting to Colorado to attend the stock show, and the Commerce City Police Department located the vehicle and the pigs were safe. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to them. And then also wanted to thank the Public Works as well for the great snow removal that I've seen. I got a lot of compliments from the residents living in the area where I live in the core of the city. Also on January 12th, attended the Senior Commission meeting. And this Saturday, we had the board and commission interviews and had a lot of great candidates. And let's see. That's basically all I have for my report, so thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to Mr. Tolbert on the new position. Well-deserved. Look forward to working with you as Deputy City Manager. On, let me see, starting last Thursday, I was invited to for a visit and a tour with the Denver International Airport CEEA, which is the Center of Equity and Excellence in Aviation. And they're really looking forward to the opportunity of working with the city and our school districts here. And so it was a fantastic visit. I spent the entire morning there and learned a lot about what they were doing and how we can all work together. After that, I was invited to participate in a roundtable for the American Meteorologists but it's Meteorological Society, which is a mouthful for me. So I'm glad to get that out. And that was with all of these scientists and community members. It was held at the Natural History Museum. Met a lot of great people, and know that the climate crisis is on their radar, and people are working to resolve that. And so that was a great thing to attend. Then I went to the homelessness documentary showing presented by Adams County, and that was in Northglenn at the new Parsons Theater, and it was definitely a night to remember. I hope they continue doing more of them. It really helped me see homelessness from a different perspective, and so I was glad to attend that. Attended the Cultural Council meeting and Policy and Governance Committee, Subcommittee meeting, and the Youth Commission meeting. And then I also sat in on the Board and Commissions interviews on Saturday, and we had fantastic candidates that applied. So I think we're going to have some great board and commissions moving forward. And that's it. Oh, I do want to recognize that we had another mass shooting. I do not want gun violence to become normalized. It's a part of our culture that has to be looked into and somehow addressed. So this is an ongoing thing, and it's something that can't be ignored. We must address it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I just want to kind of preface my not being able to attend the PD badge and honor ceremony on Friday. I apologize. I'll beat everything this week, but my father's 70th birthday is this weekend, so I'll be out of town celebrating with that. But wanted to pass along my appreciation to the Commerce City Police Department. As Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, that was it's always sad to see. It seems like every year something gets stolen from the stock show, and I was just happy to see that our police department was able to help out on that one. So again, apologize for not being able to make the event this coming Friday, but want to send my appreciation to our police department. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Unfortunately, my hospital quarters on my bed are not at 45 degrees either, so my apologies on that up front.
Councilmember Kim, it looks like we're having issues with your audio.
Oh, go figure. Yeah. Test one. How about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We get a sign language interpreter in here.
I think you said forget about it.
Forget about it. All right.
I think we're moving on.
All right. Now we've transcended into the Sopranos. All right. I don't have a report to give, so let's go ahead and move on. We will call the special meeting to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huesman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera. Councilmember Millard Chacon. Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Looking for a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 8-0, one excused absence. All right, we're going to move on to ordinances on first reading, reappropriating the city budget for the MyC3 program. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2459 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2459 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2459, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating a portion of the unencumbered fund balance of the general fund and transferring to designated funds portions of the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund for a total amount of $1,353,241 to be used for costs associated with the MyC3 programming and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear me? Test 1, 2.
We've opened up the vote again. If you could please put those votes in.
Can you hear me?
Motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. All right, we're going to move on to executive session. Tonight we have 2 executive sessions. I'll ask for a motion and a vote for each executive session separately. First, I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into an executive session pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses B and E, for the purpose of conferring with the city attorney to receive legal advice with regard to litigation against the city, specifically the matter of Clint Nichols versus the City of Commerce City. The City Council may take public action following the executive session to authorize staff to.
If I may, the script as read probably didn't provide the best notice, so it'd be better if we read it specifically from the agenda for the evening with regard to each one. So if I could ask you to reread the subject of the executive session, and instead of using the script provided, to instead read the title from the agenda for both of these executive sessions. Thank you.
I'm pulling it up, but that's fine. Thank you for complicating my evening. All right, once again, I'm looking for an executive session of the City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, it's parentheses 4, sub-parentheses B, for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel to receive legal advice with regard to litigation, specifically the matter of Clint Nichols versus the City of Commerce City, currently pending in the Adams County District Court, and to the extent necessary, also pursuant. We'll get to that one in a second. Oh, no, I apologize. Also pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E, for the purpose of instructing negotiators with regard to the same. Formal action by the City Council following the executive session is anticipated and will occur in open session. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and second to enter into executive session for the purpose stated and then restated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, I'm looking for an executive session of the City Council pursuant to CRS Sections 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E and F, for the purpose of discussing personnel matters specifically related to the recruitment of a city attorney and for instructing negotiators with regard to the same. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst. Have a motion and second to enter into executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion's going to carry unanimously. We're going to go into executive session. We will be out no later than 10:30 p.m. to take our formal action or to extend the meeting, one or the other.
Jordan, this is Craig. Just want to do a quick check. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Coming in loud and clear, sir. Coming in loud and clear, sir.
I'm glad I am this time.
I need you to use some language he'll understand. You got to say loud and proud.
Lima Charlie, help me.
Are we back? Are we up? We're broadcasting? I know, right? Yeah, we need a little. All right, City Council is back out of their executive sessions. At this time, I'd like to make a motion, and I move that the City Council authorize the filing of all reasonable and supported counterclaims in the matter of Clinton Nichols versus the City of Commerce City, and further direct legal counsel to proceed consistent with the direction provided in executive session. Mayor Pro Tem?
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to authorize the filing of all reasonable and supported counterclaims in the matter of Clinton Nichols versus the City of Commerce City, and further direct legal counsel to proceed consistent with the direction provided in executive session. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Councilmember Kim, you were an aye or a nay? You were an aye. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. That's all the business we have for this special meeting. There is no city council meeting next week because it is the 5th Monday of the month. Seems like it's the 10th Monday of the month, but it's only the 5th Monday of the month. The city council will be meeting with the Adams 14 School District on Monday in place of our council meeting, and with Brighton and the 27J School District on Tuesday, the 30th and 31st of January, respectively. Have a good evening. Have a good week. All right, so I'll tell a funny story. So my first deployment overseas, every Friday at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, this plumber named Rocky, he'd get on the radio. He'd go, "I'm crazy," and he'd wait. Next Friday comes along, he gets on the radio, goes, "I'm crazy," and he waits. About 4 Fridays into this, he goes, "I'm crazy." Finally, somebody says, "Who is this?" He says, "I ain't that crazy."